Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Also welcome if you are listening back to this a little bit later over on In Deep Sleep. Fantastic to see you. There's also as I'm doing a quick hello to everyone over there on X. I do stream this over on X at the same time as I'm streaming on YouTube. And I don't take comments over there, but I want you to know that I appreciate you too. So thank you so much. Okay, today we are looking at the next in our series of videos on mysteries of Westeros. What are the outstanding mysteries, the things that George R. R. Martin has set up and has yet to give us the answers to? And today we're looking at the dragon must have three heads, which is this kind of saying which is bandied around quite a lot throughout the story. And we kind of feel instinctively as if we know what it means, but where does it come from? What does it actually mean? Is this something that needs to be fulfilled, or is it happening anyway? What's really going on there? So that's what we're going to be unpacking today. Um, as always, what I'll try and do is give you an overview of the subject first. Um, and I think the way I will do that, and then I'll get into questions from our patrons from the chat. What I'll try and do is go through when this is mentioned in the story, and what therefore it tells us about how people view this, what this might mean, where this might come from. And the starting point for this, where we sort of first really learn about this, is obviously with the sigil. The Targaryen sigil. Now, the Targaryens never used to have a sigil. Back hundreds of years ago, when they're over in the Valyrian Freehold, the sigils didn't really exist for the Valyrians. So, this only appeared when the Targaryens invaded Westeros. We're told the story, very high level. We're told the story that when Aegon and his sisters arrived at Westeros, that's when they unfurled their banner for the first time, and everyone went, "Ah, they are claiming a sigil. They're showing the Westerosi spirit. They're being a part of what it is to be in Westeros by having this sigil." And that wasn't incidentally the only thing that they did. They made a number of these sort of compromises, is probably the best way of saying it, to fit in. They were very clear that they're different. They're Targaryens, they're Valyrians, they have dragons, they are different. But although he had he was crowned very quickly when he first arrived. He was crowned for a second time officially by the High Septon, therefore sort of tying in with the faith of the Seven. And there's a few other things that they did that was just trying to make themselves a little bit more Westerosi. But having a sigil is definitely one of the things that they did. And the sigil was this three-headed dragon, red on a black background. The three-headed dragon, we're told this is to refer to the three siblings, so Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys. They all had dragons. There were three of them. A three-headed dragon works, and so this, so far so standard. Pun sort of intended there. And perhaps George R. R. Martin could have left it there, but then we just get this kind of drip, drip, drip of extra references to it that makes us think that there is something more going on. The first sort of major reference comes for Dany. She's in the House of the Undying. If you remember, she goes, she drinks the Shade of the Evening juice, and then she goes in there and she has this whole series of visions. Now, the first five are quite extensive, quite detailed. We hear dialogue sometimes, and this is one of them. She looks and she sees two people, one of whom looks very similar to her brother Viserys. Another is a dark-haired woman with a newborn child. Now, we can interpret this that this is Rhaegar and Elia and their newborn son, Aegon. And we get this. Will you make a song for him? the woman asked. This is Elia. He has a song, the man replied. He is the prince that was promised, and his is the song of ice and fire. He looked up when he said it, and his eyes met Dany's, and it seemed as if he saw her standing there beyond the door. There must be one more, he said, though whether he was speaking to her or the woman in the bed she could not say. The dragon has 3 heads. So a very clear reference here, and a tying in of this to these other kind of mysterious phrases we have, the prince that was promised, the song of ice and fire. There's also, as she goes on in, when she starts getting these visions, these sayings coming thrown at her, it's almost like a blizzard at the end of her time there, just coming at her. One phrase also sticks out there, which is 3 heads has the dragon. So we've got this idea that I just see in the chat April May saying, is that Elia or Lyanna? I've done videos and things about this, but yes, it pretty clearly does seem to be Elia, because he's saying there must be one more, which seems to imply that because there must be 3, which seems to imply that that's the second child, and it's he, and so yes, this is, in my mind, this is very clearly Elia. He wasn't there for the birth of Jon with Lyanna. So we've got this idea already. 3 heads has the dragon. This is connected in with prophecy in some way, and this resounds with Dany. Dany remembers this. There's quite a few things that she remembers from the House of the Undying, and this is one of them that runs through her head. And through her chapters over the next few books, she keeps on coming back to it, and she sort of like queries what this might mean, this idea of the dragon having 3 heads. And in particular, she talks to Jorah about this quite a bit. And so she says this at one point. She says, so many 3s. 3 fires, 3 mounts to ride, 3 treasons. Those are all things that came at her in the House of the Undying. The dragon has 3 heads, she sighed. Do you know what that means, Jorah? Your Grace, the sigil of House Targaryen is a 3-headed dragon, red on black. I know that, but there are no 3-headed dragons. The 3 heads were Aegon and his sisters. So Jorah may be gifted in many ways. He's almost certainly not gifted in interpretation of visions here. He's taking it just very much at face value. He's saying that's just talking about the Targaryens. But Dany takes this to heart. She says, okay, so maybe this is about there being 3 Targaryens, and she goes back to this thought that there was no Visenya. Rhaegar seemed to be trying to get 3 children and naming them after his after Aegon and his 2 sister wives. He had Rhaenys, his firstborn, and then he also had Aegon. And so the clear implication was that he was wanting a 3rd child to be called Visenya. So she mulls this over, just in passing. And then another point, when you'll remember when Sir Barristan comes, he's sent there to collect her from Karth and take her back up to Pentos, to Maester Illyrio, and he comes with 3 ships. And again, the thought sort of crosses her mind. I mean, is this just metaphorical? The dragon has 3 heads. Does this mean I should be in 3 ships? And then, of course, Jorah kind of points out to her that she's got 3 dragons. So that's what's going on. And finally, he kind of confronts her. It's really quite a seedy scene, it has to be said, but he professes his love for her. And what he says is that you've got 3 dragons. There need to be 3 dragon riders. That's what this is all about. That means that you need to have 2 husbands, and you will not find anyone who is as loyal to you as I am, therefore you should take me as one of your 2 husbands. And she says no. But that thought, again, seems to kind of embed itself within her. And she later on, she thinks this. She thinks, the dragon has 3 heads. There are 2 men in the world who I can trust. If I can find them, I will not be alone then. We will be 3 against the world, like Aegon and his sisters. So she is now internalizing this idea that her 3 dragons will be like Aegon's conquest, and she has taken the place of Aegon, and she is going to have 2 husbands, and they will be 2 people that she can trust. To the point where, if we skip forward another little bit, when we get Quentin Martell arriving, and basically he's there to suggest marriage, but he's arrived just a little bit too late. She's getting married to somebody else who's already there, and Hisdar, who, for political reasons, nothing to do with dragons or love, but she takes him to see her dragons, and she says the dragon has 3 heads. My marriage need not be the end of all your hopes. So she's kind of dangling in front of him this idea that, yes, I've married once, but why not marry a second time? I need to have 2 husbands. So that's clearly where her mind has gone. And we probably will need to remember this as her story goes on, because that's sort of where we leave her with that thinking. As her story goes on, she will be thinking, I've got 3 dragons. I need to get 2 people to marry who then we can become like Aegon and his sister wives. But this isn't just Dany who's thinking these things. We also get Maester Aemon, a Targaryen himself, of course. And on his way, on the ship, on his way down to Old Town, he's dying. And he starts getting incoherent, or perhaps more coherent, but in short bursts that Sam doesn't really understand. We read this. Once he woke up weeping. The dragon must have 3 heads, he wailed, but I am too old and frail to be one of them. I should be with her, showing her the way, but my body has betrayed her. But my body has betrayed me. So Maester Aemon also has this thought that the dragon must have 3 heads, and it's interesting that this isn't just a thing that's come down that Dany has decided for herself. This has clearly come down other avenues as well. Rhaegar thought this, Aemon thought this, and now she's thinking this. So this is not just something that Dany's come up with. This is not just something on the sigil. This is something that 3 different Targaryens, for various reasons, have all come to the conclusion that this is not just a nice phrase, but they have to do something about it. Dany thinks that she has to marry 2 people in order to become like Aegon. Rhaegar thinks he needs to have 3 children so that the dragon can then have 3 heads. Aemon seems to think that he could have helped out just by being another Targaryen. He could have helped out there. But he's too old. So 3 Targaryens, independently-ish, there is obviously a connection there between the 3 of them, but independently-ish have each come to very similar conclusions on this. And it's probably just worth pointing out what we always say when it comes to prophecy and magic and things like that in George R. R. Martin's world, which is he cares more about what people do with this than the actual truth of it. So whereas we might want to get into the weeds of this and understand, we will, and try and understand why is this the case, what does it mean, what George R. R. Martin cares most about is what the characters in his world interpret this as meaning and what they therefore go off and do. So whereas we might say, well, this is something we need to be looking forward to, and that's right, Dany, on one aspect of this, Dany is going to, her actions are going to be shaped, at least in part, by this idea that she thinks that the dragon must have 3 heads. She thinks that she probably should marry twice. She thinks that those are going to be people that she can trust. Probably she thinks there should be 3 dragon riders. That's going to shape her actions in the future. But also, this is part of what shaped the story in the past. Because if Rhaegar firmly believed, as it would appear, firmly believed that the dragon must have 3 heads, he must have another child. And he knew that Elia, his wife, could not have another child. That is what drove him. Perhaps, yes, love came into it later, but to start with, the thought had to be there of, I must have another child to be the Visenya of these 3. So, this saying, this phrase, whatever we want to call it, prophecy, has already played a huge part. You could argue it's already one of the key drivers for Robert's rebellion happening in the first place, and it will probably play a big part in the future, because Dany seems to be taking this seriously in terms of what she should be doing. But I want to add in one other possible layer here, because we had a reference to this in House of the Dragon season 1. Now, yes, this is semi-canon at best, but the scene I'd like to draw your attention to is in, I'm gonna say, season 1, episode 9, maybe 10. Daemon, who is set up within that show as being the continuity Valyrian there. He's the person with the Valyrian steel. He most often speaks in Old Valyrian. He has this strong connection with the dragons. He goes in when it appears that war is inevitable. He goes in to the caves underneath Dragonstone and he starts singing. And he starts singing to Vermithor. And he's singing in High Valyrian. And it's very clear that this is a song to kind of prepare Vermithor for the idea that he would have a new rider. Now, I'll read it's not a long song. I will read the lyrics to you because they're quite interesting here. They are: fire breather, winged leader, but 2 heads to a 3rd sing. From my voice the fires have spoken, and the price has been paid with blood magic, with words of flame, with clear eyes to bind the 3. To you I sing. As one we gather, and with 3 heads we shall fly as we were destined, beautifully, freely. So this song about preparing a dragon for bonding with someone is talking about 3 heads. And I did a whole video on this on my main channel if you want to get really into the weeds of this. But this song seems to be implying that the 3 heads here, it's not 3 individual humans. One of the heads is the dragon. One of them is the dragon rider. And the 3rd seems to be this interlocutor, this priest figure, someone like that, that Daemon was taking on that role. He wasn't personally going to be bonding with Vermithor. He wasn't going to be riding Vermithor, but he was sort of taking on this role, reminding that the price has been paid with blood magic, and 2 heads to a 3rd sing. As we gather with 3 heads, we shall fly as we were destined. So, should we take this as pure canon? Well, no. But these words were written as a sort of behind-the-scenes kind of thing. These words were written by T. McKell. And T. McKell, if you do not know, part of the writing team for House of the Dragon, moved over to the Duncan Egg, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I think after season 1. Don't quote me on that. But before that, she was part of George R. R. Martin's team based where he is. He has a sort of a small team around him of assistants, writing assistants, minions he calls them. This isn't to say like actually helping him with the writing, but he does need people who know the law, who understand the world. Because, as he admits, he's created a huge world and he can't remember every single detail of who is married to whom and that kind of thing. And so he has people around him who can help. And for a time, T. Mikkel was that. So she knows this and probably knows better than almost anyone else what's in George R. R. Martin's mind here. So we should, I think, take this seriously. As perhaps being an even earlier conceptualization of what the three heads of the dragon is and means, earlier than with Aegon and his sister wives. So we'll develop this as we go through the stream, but we seem to have some kind of very early dragon bonding thing where the three heads of the dragon in some way means the dragon rider, and perhaps a third person as this kind of priesty kind of figure. Then we have the Targaryens taking this as their sigil, as their sign, their emblem, as it matches up with the fact that there are three of them. Then it starts turning more into, as we get to the main bit of the story, into something that people are interpreting as something that has to happen. The dragon must have three heads, and the three heads are three people, three Targaryens. So, what this has meant is that within the fandom, there you will find lots of people who are going through and saying, who are the three heads of the dragon? Because that's what the characters are in the story generally doing, saying, who are these three heads of the dragon? Dany's not sure. She doesn't really think she's met the other two heads of the dragon yet. Rhaegar was pretty convinced he knew who they would be. Aemon seems to have a slightly more nuanced or perhaps flexible understanding. It's not that there are some people who are preordained to be the three heads of the dragon. He thinks, it should have been me, but it can't be because I'm too old. So we get slightly different interpretations of it, but the way that the characters within the story and the fandom have gone is to try and identify who those characters might be. Our job, I think, is, to do that because that's fun, but also to have this healthy dose of prophecy skepticism that George R. R. Martin would want us to have. A lot of these kind of prophecies, I suspect, will end up to be the kind of thing where we can look back and have lots of different interpretations of how it should be, because what actually happened, how that was fulfilled or not, because that is how prophecy works, is that it's only when you look back on them do you start to come across this idea of, so that was what that meant. So that's our background to the dragon must have three heads. And I think if I had to pick out one bit there to just sort of focus your minds on, it's the way that this has shifted, the interpretation has shifted from what appears to start off with a very specific thing about dragon bonding to something that's very symbolic, to something now that is a prophetic urge that you have to go off and fulfill it. The dragon must have three heads. Okay, let's have a quick look in the chat. Commander Ray saying, what parallels do you think George will take from Aegon I and his sisters for the current story that can be applied to how Dany directs her efforts? I think in line with what I was saying, for me the key thing is what parallels Dany herself wants to take. And she has clearly taken this parallel that Aegon has two wives, she'll have two husbands. They've got three dragons. Now, however this happens, I think that the idea of having an invasion fleet which comes across with these dragons, and Dany open to the idea of there being 2 more dragon riders alongside her. That is a clear echo that George R. R. Martin is wanting us to have. The kind of interesting contrast that there will be is that Aegon's invasion, it was very small. It was really just the 3 of them plus, a handful of supporters. The Velaryons are obviously on the side, and they had a House Celtigar and a couple of other random small houses. There wasn't much going on, and they were sort of half Westerosi at that point. They'd been on Dragonstone for 100 years, but Dragonstone's kind of just off the coast. Compare that to Aegon the Sixth's invasion, which is going to feel, I think, actually quite Westerosi, because yes, we've got the Golden Company, but the Golden Company is made up of largely, not entirely, but largely Westerosi exiles. Plus, we've got John Connington coming back, and they will almost certainly very quickly gather allies in their force. So they might get the Martells, for example. There might be some Friends in the Reach. I've got a Friends in the Reach video coming out soon if you're interested in that, and some Stormlands houses. And so this is going to start feeling like a Westerosi rebellion. Dany, however, hers is going to feel like a foreign invasion. She's never stepped foot on mainland Westeros, and she is going to be bringing with her Dothraki. She's going to be bringing with her Unsullied. She's going to be bringing with her sellsword companies from Essos. She's probably going to be bringing with her priests of R'hllor. There's going to be a lot of... It's going to feel like a foreign invasion in a way that Aegon the Sixth invasion won't. Chris R, thank you very much for just saying thanks for the great content. I appreciate that very much. Ionis Brosi just saying, I have a feeling that George is going to pull something crazy out of left field that shakes up the story no one has even thought of. I hope so. I really do. And this is, I think, part of the thing that keeps a lot of us going is this idea. He talks often about being this Gardner writer, in that we can have a clear idea of what we think is going to happen, but he's not mapped it all out. So he has come up with some ideas since he wrote To Dance with Dragons. It's not just him writing out the thing that he'd already decided to write. He's making up the story as he goes along. Yes, there will be some left field things that we've not thought of. There will be some things we often talk about, digression, but we often talk about, how similar might it be to what happened in Game of Thrones? This isn't just the right question, but George R. R. Martin has sort of answered that, but also we have to say there's another level here, which is that he had that meeting with the showrunners a decade ago. His handover meeting. Since then, he's had ideas. The story has changed. So we're not just looking at did they do what he told them in that meeting. We're also now looking at, and has he changed anyway what he said to them then. Okay, let's go to some questions from my patrons. Yeldenil saying, hi Robert and Dan the dog and those awesome mods. Yes, if you are in the chat right now, could you just say a quick thank you to the moderators? They do a fantastic job at keeping this an uplifting and safe place for everyone to just talk about the stories that we love. So please do show a little bit of love to the moderators. And while I'm showing a bit of love, patrons, thank you. I hugely appreciate your support. If you do want to support the channel, the best way to do that is through Patreon. There is a link probably down in the description. Yeldenil, much can be said about the dragon's 3 heads. It's not entirely clear who they're supposed to be in the main story, but if one of them is Bloodraven, I wonder the following. He clearly influences people on the other side of the wall, yet he claims he has never managed to speak to someone through the Weirwood network. How does he communicate his intentions or instruct his allies, like the Ghost of High Heart? Can he walk from such a distance, despite the magical barrier of the wall, or can he use the Weirwood network to speak to them after all? And why can the Weirwood network overcome the magical barrier of the wall? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Okay, so let's pick up on the Bloodraven point first. As much as I love the to blame everything on Bloodraven, I think that the same logic has to apply to Bloodraven as it did to Maester Aemon. Is that yes, we do have a Targaryen there, but he's very old and he's not going anywhere. Maester Aemon bemoans the fact he cannot be one of the three heads of the dragon because he's too old and he couldn't travel there. Bloodraven can't travel there, so he cannot be one of the three heads of the dragon. So much as I love that idea, I don't think it's what's going to happen. Added to that, you asked about communication, and you say he claims he's never managed to speak to someone through the Weirwood network, which isn't exactly right. He's very clear that he says that he's not been able to communicate with people in the past. And he says, the past remains the past. We can learn from it, but we cannot change it. So that's the thing that he's very strong on. Now, not you can't communicate with people now. One caveat to that, we shouldn't take everything that any character says in this story, particularly someone as manipulative as Bloodraven, as being true. And we have seen that Bran can communicate, even if it's in just a small way, with people through the Weirwood network in the past. He saw his father. He called out to his father. His father turned around. Who's there? That is communicating. It might not be yet at the point where he's able to have a long conversation, but he's able to impact on things in the past. So I personally find it very hard to believe that Bloodraven doesn't know that you can do that. Yes, Bran may well be incredibly powerful, but I suspect that Bloodraven can do similar things himself. And added to which, we know about Hodor, that is a creation of sort of a closed time loop, is influencing things in the past in order to impact what happens in the future. This could well just be Bloodraven trying to prevent Bran from doing something like that by telling him it cannot be done. As for communicating via the Weirwood network, you do seem to be able to do this through the wall, because again, Bran looks through the Weirwood tree at Winterfell, so he's seeing things from the other side of the wall. The working theory we have is that the Weirwood network as a whole is connected. The root system underground is all created, so it's not individual Weirwoods popping up everywhere. They're all connected one to another, and this is why you can't grow Weirwoods in some strange places on top of huge amounts of stone, like the Eyrie, because the roots can't get through and they cannot join up to the rest of the Weirwood network, and therefore the tree dies because it has to be a part of the wider network. So that's the working theory, which means that you can communicate through the Weirwood network underneath the wall's magical barriers, which does kind of make sense if we accept that the wall was made partly using the magic of the Children of the Forest, and the Children of the Forest probably will have wanted to communicate with each other the other side of the wall. So they will have allowed that sort of little backdoor way of getting past their own barrier that they've created. And as for walking the other side, that does seem to be a slightly more complex problem, in as much as Jon cannot sense ghost when they're separated by the wall. So that does seem to imply that there is the skin changer bond is affected by it in some way. That said, we don't know what this means for the fact that in book 1 those whites were dragged through the wall to Castle Black, and then animated and started doing stuff. Does this mean that they weren't being controlled by the others? Does this mean that the whites were being a bit kind of autonomous there? Does it mean that the way that the others are controlling the whites is different to skin changing? The skin changer bond, that bit's not 100% clear yet. But in terms of Weirwoods, yes, it's underneath as far as we can tell. Nick from NJ saying, greetings, Robert, mods, and the always delightful Dan. A few questions that you might well have covered by the time you get to this, actually, answering this quite early, so I don't think I have. Firstly, if Tyrion is ahead of the dragon, does that accompany some redemption? He does not seem to be on a redemption arc. Well, just in terms of Tyrion with his arc, he definitely is on a character arc. I think we overuse this redemption arc idea quite a lot. Tyrion's arc is a complex one that is more about reaching a point of satisfaction and happiness, contentness with who he is, as much as anything else. But let's address this idea of Tyrion being one of the heads of the dragon. This, for quite some time, was probably the preeminent theory among the fandom, that the 3 heads of the dragon were Dany, Jon, and Tyrion. Now, this obviously relies on this idea that Tyrion is a bastard of the Mad King, which is a theory that has been going for quite some time. But it also borrows from this idea that these are clearly 3 of the central characters in this narrative. George R. R. Martin established that right from the very beginning, that these 3 characters, in his original plan, they will survive all the way through, and they are 3 of possibly even the characters with the 3 most amounts of POV chapters. Certainly, I think Dany and Tyrion are the top 2. But also, the way that George R. R. Martin created those characters and wrote those characters, particularly in the first couple of books, draws your attention to the parallels that they have. First of all, they're all pretty much certainly of the same generation. They're all also orphans. All of them, their mother died giving birth to them. All of them, if you accept the Tyrion Targaryen theory, was brought up by someone who was not their father. But for at least 2 of them, Jon and Tyrion, the outside world thought they were. And added to which, Tyrion has for a very long period in book 1, and then it sort of comes back, it kind of hides for a while, but then it comes back with a vengeance again in A Dance with Dragons. Tyrion is very dragon-coded, if that's the right way of saying it. He talks about how he's when he was young, he used to gaze into the fire. He used to dream about dragons. He was fascinated by dragons, to the extent where he is an expert on dragon lore. And he remembers going down to the room in the depths beneath the Red Keep where all of the dragon skulls are, and he touches them and they feel good. When Arya's there, the language usage is completely different. It's almost as if they're monsters trying to get at her. For Tyrion, the language usage is he felt at peace. They're welcoming him. So there's a lot of teasing of this idea quite early on for Tyrion that then disappears and sort of comes back a little bit later. Andrew K saying dreaming of dragons is different than Targaryen dragon dreams. Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't disagree. As I say, I'm not saying that this is 100% the case, but I think we'd be remiss to say that the fandom haven't run with this quite a lot. It was quite a popular theory for quite a long time. Right, let's go to a question. Nick from NJ also saying, how likely is it that we will see a minor or new character emerge as a rider? The dragon seeds suggest this is possible. So this is the Nettles theory, really, which is that somebody nobody expects just suddenly turns up and bonds with the dragon and they become a dragon rider. Might that happen? Might George R.R. Martin have actually been setting this up by creating and building up the character of Nettles in Fire and Blood Part 1? It's entirely possible. But my instinct is to say probably not. If only because we've already got so many characters who theoretically could be riding the dragon, that to suddenly have a complete, and we've only got 3 dragons, one of whom has already been claimed, remember, and one of whom I think most people think that Jon is a nailed-on certainty to be riding at some point, which means we've just got the 3rd dragon. To have somebody completely unknown appear, I wouldn't put it past George R.R. Martin, but I would think it's relatively unlikely, given the amount of other interesting people there are out there. And then also, it's sort of partly connected to this, I think. You say Brown Ben Plum is repeatedly mentioned as a favourite of Dany's dragons, but he does not seem like a likely rider. Perhaps he'll be involved in some other way. Yes, so this is a really interesting deep cut by George R.R. Martin. So Brown Ben Plum, over in Meereen, a sellsword, effectively, is. It's noted that the dragons seem to get on with him. The dragons are very grumpy. Understandably, they've been imprisoned down in the Great Pyramid. They want to be out flying, eating sheep, but they're being kept chained up inside. So they don't like many people. But they do seem to get on okay with this guy called Brown Ben Plum. Now, he gives... Daenerys notices this, and then he sort of says to her enigmatically, I've got a drop of the dragon blood in me. And what this is a reference to way back in, I'm going to say about 170 something AC, where Aelena Targaryen married a guy called Ossifer Plum. This is when there were quite a lot of Targaryens out, so they weren't so concerned about making sure every single one of them has to marry another Targaryen, etc. Ossifer Plum died on the wedding night. This is during the time of Aegon IV. The rumours were that Aegon IV was asserting his right of the first night, but in any event, Aelena Targaryen became pregnant. She said that this was Ossifer Plum who was the father on the one night that they had, and she had a child who she named Viserys, who then took over House Plum. And Brown Ben Plum, many generations later, is a very distant relative of this. Now, How true any of that story is, the basic outline is presumably pretty true, but the details we do not know. But this is George R. R. Martin playing with this idea that maybe there's just a hint of Targaryen blood in Brown Ben Plum. Michelle Raymer, yes, there's the joke about 6 feet going on there that this is a family show, so I decided not to repeat this time. Catherine Versith saying, "Hi Robert, it seems that the North are not the only ones who have forgotten a lot. The same can be said for the Targaryens. The dragon must have 3 heads is just one of those cool-sounding sayings, but what does it mean? Perhaps the greatest importance lies not in the truth behind the words, but rather in how people respond to them and act on them, not least Rhaegar. Do we know when the words appeared before him and possibly influence other Targaryens, or did they appear in the old prophecies he was so obsessed with? If this was an older Targaryen saying, how would it have affected Targaryens in previous years in history? Do we have any clues? Not many is the short answer in terms of the clues, but we can kind of try and fit this into Targaryen history as we know it. We've already said it seems most likely that this was initially, way back in time, this was something to do with dragon bonding. And it was kind of like a literal, you need 3 people, a dragon and 2 people in order to do this, something along those lines. Then Aegon clearly thought that the dragon has 3 heads was, at the very least, a cool thing to have as a sigil. But we know that he was a dragon dreamer, and he had this vision of the Song of Ice and Fire. Might he also have had with that some new way of understanding the dragon must have 3 heads? It's possible. In any event, by the time we get to the generation where we've got Bloodraven and Maester Aemon, that's the generation. We don't know huge amounts about it, other than the fact that it's probably the most magical generation of Targaryens that we have. Certainly the most, the generation that has the most dragon dreamers in it, and the generation that and the generation above it, the generations that were most focused on rediscovering these old truths. The implication is that a lot was lost. Probably a lot was lost in the Dance of the Dragons. Probably a lot was lost with Baelor the Blessed. A lot was lost with the loss of the dragons. So, with the information gone, there were a few generations where the Targaryens were sort of in denial or were trying different ways of getting around this idea of not having dragons. Then you get this renaissance of, let's just get back to what this is. There's prophecies here that apply to us. We need to understand these. We need to try and get the dragons back. How do we do that? How do we understand about hatching dragon eggs? That kind of conversation was going on. So in that context, I would say that Rhaegar probably got this from that generation, was pushed in the right direction by that generation. We know that he and Maester Aemon were in contact, and Maester Aemon had been in contact with Bloodraven. They've been at the wall together for many years. So that, I think, is how it comes down to Rhaegar. The interesting thing is how this then plays into Dany, because this isn't just her getting a vision of Rhaegar. That's not just that route that she gets it. Also, the phrase about the dragon having 3 heads is one of the things which is thrown at her in the House of the Undying, independent of that. Corvus Corax saying, good evening, Robert. Good evening to you too. Could there be an unfulfilling prophecy with the dragon must have 3 heads, wherein if there are only 2 heads of the dragon, the magic won't work right? Similar to Dany hatching her dragons because everything coalesced, and if the 3rd head doesn't arrive or is claimed by Euron, fulfilling the magic behind the prophecy, fulfilling the magic behind the prophecy won't work. Now, this is I find this really interesting because we spend a lot of time focusing how does, like the characters in the story, how's this going to work? How do we fulfill the 3 heads of the dragon? Who might the 3 heads be? We've got Dany, probably Jon. Who might have that is, what if this won't be fulfilled? What if that's the thing that's going on here? Certainly, there's, I think, a fair to middling chance that one of the dragons might be taken by Euron. Now, Dragonbinder has had a huge build-up. Victarion is going to have it blown, and that it is almost certainly magical, and that will have an effect. It almost certainly won't bind any dragons to him. Euron seems to have made sure of that, as far as we can tell. Mokoro is definitely going to try and make sure that nobody else bonds to a dragon. But it makes sense to me that one of these 3 dragons might end up with someone like Euron. On the TV show, obviously, one of the 3 dragons ended up with the Night King. We don't have the Night King. That whole Beyond the Wall episode, that was completely made up by the showrunners, so we shouldn't expect that. But perhaps they'd been told that one of the 3 dragons ends up with Euron, and they decided not to go with Euron because they decided to make him a much smaller character and not as quite big and outlandish as he is in the books. So, yes, I think is the short answer. Maybe we will then get this, but that prophecy has been failed. And what does that mean? And then we might have people having this kind of existential cry. Well, probably just Dany, is that, but what now? How does that work? We know that we can have these prophecies that just get stopped. So, for example, Dany's unborn child, Rhaegar, he was the stallion that mounts the world. And the prophecies were about him. The Dosh Khaleen, when they had these prophecies about him and said that the stallion that mounts the world, that prophecy about this hugely powerful Khal who's going to go off and conquer the entire world, that's the child Dany is carrying. They were shaking. It was written, we see this through Dany's eyes, but we can see that they are scared. They were not expecting that. And that gets stopped by Miri Mazdur. And that is an example, I think, of George R. R. Martin showing us that just because something is a prophecy that lots of people believe in doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to come true. It can be just stopped. So I think, thank you, Corvus Corax. I think this is a useful correction to our thinking, that we shouldn't necessarily say, well, who are the 3 Dragon Riders going to be? It might not happen like that. Let's go to Michelle Raimo saying, hi, Robert. I hope all is well with you and Dan. It is. Thank you. If Rhaegar lived, do you think he would have been disappointed Jon was a boy? It seemed as if he was going for Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya, and instead of Visenya, he got Jon. How would having another boy as opposed to a girl possibly have changed his view of the prophecy and what he needed to do? I find this fascinating because, yes, he does very much seem to be wanting this 3rd head of the dragon. He did very much seemingly want Visenya. And that does incidentally match up with his choice of who would be the mother of this 3rd child. Why didn't you go for a fighter like Lyanna? So he was expecting a child, a girl, who he could call Visenya. What would he have done? Had he survived? Had he found that he got a son? Well, one thing, Rhaegar was very focused on prophecy, but he was also quite adaptable about how he interpreted it. So he started out thinking that he was the prince that was promised. Then he decided, actually, no, it wasn't him, it's his son. Then he very probably thought, I'm going to have 3 children with Elia. And then it turns out she can't have one, so he then goes, okay, so I need to find another woman. So he seems quite flexible with this. So whereas instinctively we might think, oh, he might be a bit put out, I do wonder, although he was probably 100% convinced in his own mind, it's going to be a girl, we can name her Visenya, I suspect that he would have just rolled with this in some way. He would have gone, oh, okay, so we've got 2 boys, let's call it Viserys. And then gone with that. But sort of keeping in the back of his mind, maybe there'd be a daughter come along, and then Viserys wouldn't live very long. I think he would be flexible in how he interpreted it. Okay, let's have a quick look in the chat. Laylor saying, could the prince that was promised Azor Ahai and Sword of the Morning be 3 separate heads? Maybe Jon, Dany, and even young Edric? Yep, I mean, this is entirely possible. I've got a question. I will sort of unpack that a bit more. I've got a question coming up on something very similar. So if you're okay to wait for that. Northern Tommy saying the malleability of prophecy makes it more frightening to me. Having a set in stone, unchangeable prophecy can be reassuring, but if they can be altered, well, quite. And a lot of these are the case. What's quite interesting is that a lot of the central prophecies in this story actually leave identities of people very vague. Who is the Valonqar? We looked at that a few weeks ago. It's incredibly open to interpretation. Who might be Azor Ahai reborn, or the prince that was promised? It's like, here's a list of criteria, but you could possibly say that person fits, or that person fits. The 3 heads of the dragon. Might we end up in a position at the end of all of this where we go, so who were the 3 heads of the dragon? Well, I guess you could say it was those 3 people, or maybe you could say it was those 3 people. So, yes, this is interpretation here is can be very flexible. Mark Shisa asking whether that means someone else in the future will be the stallion that mounts the world. Well, we don't know how prophecy works in this world. But the implication was that what happened was that the Doshkalin said, that is the stallion that mounts the world. And then Miri Mazdur said, well, I'm not allowing that on my watch. And then prevented it from happening. And if that is the case, then we're in a world where prophecy does not have to happen. Which, it sounds like quite a nuance, but it's actually quite an important one, because a lot of fantasy worlds we get these prophecies that have to happen, that this long promised person has to defeat evil, this character over here has to do that thing. This is the way that things are set up, and no matter what people try and prevent it, they can't actually really do it. And that's the kind of world you live in. George R. R. Martin here, by doing what he did relatively early on with the Stallion That Mounts the World prophecy, he showed us that that's not this world. In this world, you can end a prophecy. You can just shut it down. So he wants, in the same way that he wants us, and he's spoken several times about this. He wants us as readers never to feel 100% comfortable that the character that we're reading right now is going to survive, because any character can die. He also wants us to be feeling that we shouldn't be holding on to a particular prophecy, because any prophecy could be nullified. So that's where he's wanting us to be in, that kind of mind space, that this isn't a thing which must happen. This is the thing which could happen if you are following it and if things go the right way. Okay. Orion's Orcas saying, hi, Robert. Hope you're well. And a thank you to the moderators. Indeed, thank you, moderators. I've always thought there had to be a deeper meaning here. Aegon and his two sisters all had a dragon. There is a dragon body with 3 heads on their sigil. The Mad King did have 3 legitimate children. Dany was one of them and was given 3 dragon eggs at her wedding to Drogo. I think that is significant. Rhaegar was trying to have 3 children, but 2 were killed. Maybe. Wouldn't it be oh so strange if young Griff is Aegon? Jon is legitimate, and Dany marries them both. George R. Martin says Dany birthing the dragons was a unique miracle. A miracle doesn't happen for no purpose, and a miracle is not handed to a mad woman. I can't wait to hear what you think of this saying. Okay, so, yeah, the things happening in threes, this isn't obviously just a George R. Martin thing. This is a fantasy trope, things happening in threes. But the point you're making about Dany, Jon, and Aegon, if we're going to call him that, young Griff, is, I think, quite an interesting one. Because I think George R. R. Martin wants us to have in our minds that that is what Dany will have in her mind when she discovers about these people. Because she's looking for 2 people. There are 2 men in the world that I can trust. I just haven't found them yet. She thinks she will marry 2 people at the same time. And the implication is that they're going to be Targaryens, or perhaps descended from Targaryens, and therefore be dragon riders alongside her. That's where her mind is at. So, you've probably seen on my main channel, I've been sort of working my way through this series about the plans with young Griff and getting him onto the throne. And I've sort of quite a few times, I've not really addressed this, but quite a few times I've kind of hinted at this idea that Dany will come into conflict with him. She will arrive, he will be there already, and he's the mama's dragon. She will see through his falsehood. That kind of conflict is hinted at. But also, we have to recognize that Dany will have this thought in her mind about, should I marry this guy? If this actually is another Targaryen, she's on the lookout for people with Targaryen heritage who she might marry. So that will be in the back of her mind. And we shouldn't imagine that she's going to turn up at Westeros and go, oh, wasn't expecting you. Because she's going to meet Tyrion. Tyrion has now arrived down in Meereen, and Tyrion was on a boat with young Griff all the way down. He's picked up a lot. He doesn't know all of the plan, but he's picked up a lot of the plan. He's figured out who this person is. So he will be able to say to her, so this person claiming to be Aegon VI is there. The plan was for him to meet up with you and potentially marry you, and you can come ally with him, with your dragons, and then you can all invade at the same time. However, you went missing, so they decided to go. Clearly, this was after Tyrion had left, but you went missing and they decided to go ahead and do it anyway. So he's going to be able to tell her all of that. So she will have time to be processing this, to be thinking it through, to be trying to work out, how do I react? How do I react to this person who's out here claiming to be my nephew? And probably just as importantly, she's going to be trying to think, he will think he's next in line. He will think that he should be king before me. And marrying me is just for me to be sort of like a queen on the side. That's not what she will want. She's spent all this time believing that she is the last Targaryen, and she is going to claim what is hers with fire and blood. And now suddenly she finds someone is there who claims to have a better claim than her. There's going to be a lot of conflict going on in her mind at that point. But definitely she will have the thought, at one point in that, she will, at the very least, she will have the thought, should I marry this guy? And similarly, when we get to Jon, the reveal about who he is a long way down into the future. Certainly won't be in the Winds of Winter, I think, unless it's towards the end of that. So he, if it becomes apparent that he is a Targaryen, and then she meets him, her thought again would be, should I marry this guy? Is this one of the two men? And if she's then got both of them at the same time, they're with it being revealed who they are, that would kind of fit in with her idea of what she's been told about the dragon must have 3 heads. So, yes, this is in many ways, this is the classic understanding. We've got 3 people who each are Targaryen. When it comes to young Griff, even if he isn't actually who he claims to be, I think he's probably a Blackfire, which is an offshoot of the Targaryen family. So there's no reason why he shouldn't be a dragon rider. Mara Lee, hi there, Mara. Great to see you in the chat, saying just a show of love and support. You are the best. Thank you very much indeed, and also saying for the mods. So thank you. I hugely appreciate that. Andrew Case saying Dany cannot know 100% if Aegon is a pretender or not. Strong inclination, but in no way a certainty. Yeah, that's. I mean, this is the thing which is going to be fascinating, is that the implication of what Dany's visions in the House of the Undying were in relation to him was that she is going to reveal the truth that he's not really a Targaryen. But how do you do that? He thinks he is, and he will look like it, and he will have all of these kind of symbols of Targaryen authority around him. And if he sort of meets the dragons, as it were, would you like to come up and meet my dragons? Then he will possibly be able to, like in the same way as Brown Ben Plum had a little bit of Valyrian heritage to him, it's entirely possible that he will have some Valyrian heritage himself, and they might be all right with him too. So how is she going to? I mean, I don't know is the short answer, unless we get a confession from somebody like Varys. Let's go to Sir Friend. Happy Thursday, Robert. Looking forward to your thoughts on this one. Is it too simple for this to simply be about ensuring Rhaegar had a 3rd child, specifically Jon? Dare we say it? Could Bloodraven even be behind it? Knowing Rhaegar would easily be swayed by this sort of thing. Best wishes, warmest rights. Well, to you too. So, could Bloodraven be behind this? Yes. But I think we then have to sort of say, okay, so what's the aim here? The phrase was not made up by Bloodraven for this purpose. It clearly existed before this. it's entirely possible that Bloodraven ensured, by influencing others, he ensured that this would be interpreted by Rhaegar as I must have a third child. The question, though, is why would Bloodraven be so insistent that this is the case, unless the prophecy itself is real? So, in which case, him kind of making up isn't really what we're about. So, I'm very open to this idea that Bloodraven influenced Rhaegar. We can get on in a moment into how, but influenced Rhaegar into believing that that prophecy meant that he had to have another child. But I don't think that it was invented. It's not like Bloodraven scribbled it in an ancient scroll and sort of handed it to him. It's not like that. This was already there. And if it was a prophecy, then it already had a kind of a meaning, if that makes sense. Let's go to Bear Island, saying, "Hello, Robert. I hope you and Dan are well. If Rhaegar was corresponding with Aemon and speaking regularly with the Ghost of High Heart at Summerhall, which of the two had the greater influence on his view of the Song of Ice and Fire? Was having 3 children named after the Conqueror and his sisters Rhaegar's idea or theirs?" So this is kind of building on the previous question. Rhaegar was in communication with Aemon. We know this. He also regularly went down to Summerhall, to the burnt remains of Summerhall, and on his own took his harp and then emerged with a new song every time. So the working theory that I have, that I know others have had before me, is that the Woods Witch who accompanied Jenny of Oldstones to court was still at Summerhall. The Woods Witch, which would later appear as the Ghost of High Heart. There are various hints about this. It would make sense for her to be there. She was inseparable to Jenny of Oldstones, who almost certainly was there as well. And we get the Ghost of High Heart saying that she gorged herself on grief at Summerhall, which seems to imply that she didn't just cry at the time, but she overindulged. She wallowed in it, which seems to imply that she hung around for a while afterwards. So if that is the case, and Rhaegar was going down there on his own, might he have met her? Quite possibly. In fact, quite likely. And if he did, he almost certainly will have heard of her, because remember, he was born at the tragedy at Summerhall, and the stories of the people who died there will have been well known, and so it will have been well known about Jenny of Oldstones, and this was his family history after all, and it will be well known about her friend the Woods Witch, who had a very distinctive look, very short, pale white skin, red eyes. And so he will have almost certainly known who that is, and he will almost certainly have talked to her, and she may well have told him things. Now, I saw this on some kind of Reddit thread or something ages ago. I wish I could remember who it was, so I'm tipping my hat to a mysterious person on the internet whose name I cannot remember, who came up with this idea that what happened was that she would be teaching him prophecies that he would be turning into songs. We know he took his harp there, including the Song of Ice and Fire. And So each time he came back with prophecies and histories that he would be playing on his harp, and that was part of why he was inseparable to it, because this was how he was learning these prophecies, because the Ghost of High Heart which was teaching him, and he was making these into songs. So that's the kind of the background. Who therefore influenced him more? The Woods Witch, if this is the case, the Woods Witch or Aemon? My take is that we shouldn't try to separate them, because I've already mentioned the fact that Bloodraven and Maester Aemon had been very close. They were for, I can't remember exact timings, but I think something like 7 years at the Wall together before Bloodraven became Lord Commander. Then I think, 12, 13 years afterwards. A good couple of decades with them working very closely as Lord Commander and Maester. And they will have talked about this stuff. We know Aemon was fascinated by it. We know that Bloodraven was fascinated by it. Of course they would have. And of course they'd have talked about the ancient volumes that they had there in the library. So even if those two had not been in communication at the exact time when Rhaegar was working out who he was and what he was doing with his life, which they weren't. Bloodraven had gone north of the Wall for quite some time earlier. Before that, he will know what Aemon believed, and that will have influenced that. A lot of that will come from what Bloodraven and he were discussing. The Woods Witch is one of those characters who we think thematically fits with Bloodraven as being part of Team Bloodraven, in that her colouring, pale skin, red eyes, that's Bloodraven's colouring, and that's the Weirwood Network's colouring. The working theory is that both of these people are connected into Bloodraven at the top of this tree, quite literally, and he will have been kind of influencing both of them to be getting the right messages to Rhaegar. Lord Medici saying, "Hi Robert, my question is actually a follow-up to your answer to my question from last week, which was about, this isn't exactly about the dragon has 3 heads, but we'll come back to that in just one moment. You were asking then about the Kingsguard during Aerys II's time, and where their loyalties lay. Each of them, we have 7 of them, and it's very clear. 2 of them, being Arthur Dayne and Oswald Went, they were very much Team Rhaegar, because the court's very much split into 2 camps. And then we have someone like Jonathan Darry, who seems very focused in on doing his job, and by implication sort of supportive of the king. Jaime obviously was slightly different in that he had only just signed up, and he was being kept close to the king because of his complicated relationship with Tywin Lannister. You were asking, and then Barristan Selmy obviously is paragon of virtue guy. You were asking further about Gerald Hightower and Lewin Martell. You said, for Gerald Hightower, you said he seems to have been on Team Aerys, as he stayed in King's Landing with him and was entrusted with the mission of finding Rhaegar. I agree with your claim that Aerys trusted him, but it's suspicious how quickly he found Rhaegar. Do you think this was because he was in on the plot, or because, although loyal to Aerys, his position as Lord Commander gave him access to information about Rhaegar's movements? If it's the latter, then why did he stay at the Tower of Joy and not follow through with Aerys' orders? Was it a "I'll leave if you stay" pact between them, or did he change sides after discovering what was going on? So, A lot to unpack there. The connection, obviously, with the Tower of Joy, with Rhaegar clearly wanting to create this third head of the dragon. Where was Gerald Hightower's? Where were his loyalties? Well, we don't know. We have to presage it with this: is that he's not a character, although we read a bit about him. He's not a character that we know huge amounts about. So we're just having to kind of work with a bit of guesswork here. I think the overarching point I would make here for all of the Kingsguard is that they all do seem to have taken their vows seriously. And that means that whereas the court itself very much had split between Team Aerys and Team Rhaegar, the Kingsguard, they were in a slightly different position. Now, in practice, a couple of them had attached themselves to Rhaegar's orbit, and the others were still sort of in and around the king. But that doesn't mean that any of them were, of those 5 who were in and around the king, were necessarily more sympathetic to the king than they were to Rhaegar. But they were doing the job that they had been appointed to do. So, him being sent to go and get Rhaegar is actually, I don't read too much into that. If Aerys has reached the point where he wants to get Rhaegar back, he has to send somebody he trusts, a member of the Kingsguard. So who does he go for that? Well, he wants somebody who will have kind of the gravitas, so send the Lord Commander, but also he's not losing out too much in terms of defense. Now, Gerald Hightower was clearly a very good fighter. However, it's very clear from a couple of different things we read that he'd taken a couple of injuries during his time, and he wasn't the fighter that he used to be. He's not, if you compare him to the others there, when you get Arthur Dane, when you get Barristan Selmy, someone like Jaime Lannister, he's not at that level. He might have been previously, but he's not at that level. So he seems to be the sensible person to send out. How did he know where to go? Well, I think the answer is that this is an open secret. We think of the Tower of Joy as being this incredibly secret location because to Robert Baratheon it had to be. Ned Stark found it very easily. Gerald Hightower found it very easily. There is no hint here that this was a huge secret. We've already established that lots of people will have known about the Tower of Joy, and that's where people were. Just as a very quick breakdown, we know that there were the 2 Kingsguard that had gone there, plus Rhaegar, plus Lyanna. As we were talking about last week, I think it's very likely that someone like Ashara Dane was there as well. There is absolutely zero chance that Rhaegar would have wanted his child to be born without, at the very least, a Maester available and on site. Do we really think that these knights would be cooking their own meals? Probably not. They probably will have had some people there, some people coming in with provisions. And the Tower of Joy itself is a watchtower on the Prince's Pass. During a time of war, House Fowler were responsible for keeping an eye on the Prince's Pass. They would definitely have known if the heir to the realm and a couple of members of the Kingsguard had set up shop in one of those watchtowers. So if they knew, they will have told the Martells. Before you know it, there's quite a large number of people who know how that's where they are. So the fact that Gerald Hightower went there straight away doesn't, I think, mean that he was in on the plot in any way, shape, or form. I think it means that he just found out. Perhaps the Martells, who were sort of being held to ransom a little bit by the Mad King, who was saying you need to come in on our side because otherwise I've got Elia Martell here at my mercy. Perhaps as part of these kind of negotiations, then the Martells said, by the way, you should probably be aware that your son is here. And in case you discover it, I want you to know we didn't invite him, he just came, or whatever the story is. So that's just one route that perhaps it is. Perhaps Gerald Hightower, who was Lord Commander, had made it clear to the White Cloaks that they had to keep him informed of where they were. That's another way he might have found out. I'm not saying it was definitely one of those two ways, but there are lots of different ways that he might have known where to go. So I don't think that there's any evidence that Gerald Hightower, by inclination, was team either of those two people. Him staying while Rhaegar goes is interesting because we're not told exactly why that happened. I think, pardon me, I think the implication is what you say is that Rhaegar said, okay, I'll go as long as you stay here and guard the baby when the baby arrives. I think that's the implication we have. But let's not forget that Gerald Hightower is a Hightower, and the Hightowers have got, we don't know all of their detail of who they are, what their house words are, what they're kind of being vigilant for, what they're waiting for. Is there something there going on? Might he have had all this explained to him and that brought into it? It's possible. It's very possible. But whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that the Mad King did not give him an order that says you go there and you have to come straight back. He will have given an order that says you go there and make sure Rhaegar comes back, because because Gerald Hightower will have wanted to fulfill his vow not to be disobeying the king. He shouldn't disobey the crown prince either, but if it's a choice between the two, you go with the king. As for Lewin Martell, you say that you point out that he was anti-Aerys and had family ties to Rhaegar, but he doesn't do much for Rhaegar. Does it seem odd that he wasn't at the Tower of Joy helping Rhaegar negotiate with Doran the details of his remarriage and second marriage? So, I mean, and then you go on and say, might it be that while he had a bond with Rhaegar and opposed Aerys, he simply wasn't very keen on Elia being cast aside, and became a kind of conscientious objector to Rhaegar's machinations? Or was he instead neutralized by the fact that Aerys held Elia as a hostage? I think the key point is that two key points. The first one is the first point I made before. He's sworn a vow as a member of the Kingsguard. He's going to do what he's told to do by the king. If the king says you stay here in King's Landing, he stays there in King's Landing. To do anything else would be to break an absolute oath. And everything we read from Jaime's perspective seems to suggest that all of the other Kingsguard took that hugely seriously. So that's the first point. The second point, yes, the fact that Elia was there, the fact that Aerys was threatening her, I think will have meant that he wanted to stay there. Particularly if he knew, maybe he did care about Rhaegar, but if he knew that there were two Kingsguard already with him and a third was going on the way, then he probably assumes that that's enough security already. The Kingsguard has to be spread out to cover a number of different places. Might he have actually not liked the idea of Elia being cast aside for another woman? I think we don't know him personally, but all of the Martells that we do know are incredibly relaxed about this whole sex and relationship stuff, having paramours, having different lovers. Oberyn is incredibly relaxed about it. Arianne is incredibly relaxed about it. Doran seems relatively relaxed about it. This doesn't seem to be the issue for them. Culturally, it's not. That's not a thing that they worry about huge amounts. They will be concerned, the Martells will be concerned to ensure that the throne does pass down to Elia's children. If, say, Rhaegar remarried, or married for a second time, then the Martells would want to be certain that any children from that marriage would not threaten the inheritance of the Martell children. So I think that would have been a consideration. But the idea of Rhaegar going off and finding another woman in and of itself didn't really bother the Dornish as much as it would have bothered other people. Right, there's people in the chat. I was just having a quick flick through the chat. People sort of broadly sort of agreeing with that. April May saying not so relaxed as to allow Arianne to wed the bastard of Gidsgrace. I think that there's a difference. The difference here is the political was important. The personal was more relaxed. So who you marry in that world is still a political thing. But who you sleep with, not so much for the Martells. That wasn't an issue they were so concerned about. Mara Lee saying, "Hi Robert, hi there Mara. I've been thinking about the name Visenya and how, as far as we know, there never have been any Targaryens beside the Conqueror who have that name, but not for a lack of trying." This is not Mara Lee, this is Magma Frost. I do apologise. Magma Frost 13. I think I've got a Mara question coming up later. Of course, we have Rhaegar's would-be second daughter Visenya, who never came into existence and was instead a boy. But it's interesting that Rhaenyra named her stillborn daughter Visenya, and then House of the Dragon added in that Rhaenyra wanted to name a sister Visenya when her mother was in her final pregnancy, and this baby was both male and stillborn. There seems to be almost a meta-narrative curse on the name. What, if anything, do you think George is hinting at here? Well, it's an interesting question. And it's an interesting observation, the lack of other Visenyas here. I think the first... I do this every now and then to just to sort of partly bursting bubbles, but to be the boring person. Probably there's nothing here, is my instinct. Probably this is just this happens, is that there happen to have been a couple of people who could have been born Visenyas and then they weren't. Perhaps, if we're saying George R. Martin is wanting to be sort of telling us something, perhaps it's that we get the original Visenya was very kind of dragony, and her son, her only son, Maegor, couldn't have children. So maybe this is a kind of like an echo of that, a narrative echo of that. Or perhaps he's doing another kind of meta point that there could have been Visenyas, but there weren't. There were instead Viserys seemingly being the male form of Visenya. So there could have been Visenyas, but there weren't. There were boys instead, and that could be a hint to what happens with Rhaegar's child. Rhaegar is convinced he's going to have a daughter called Visenya, but he doesn't. He has a boy instead. So instinctively, I still think this is probably nothing. But if you are looking for him making a point, then there's certainly various things there that you could pick up on. Ranabim Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. Hope you're well and excited for Brian Mbumo. I haven't yet worked out exactly how to pronounce his name. I hope that's close. I am excited. Fingers crossed, not confirmed yet. In an old video with History of Westeros, you analysed Daemon's song lyrics with Aziz. You brought up the concept of 3 people participating in the Dragonbond. I was talking about this a little bit earlier. The rider, the dragon, and the person playing the role of the priest in this ceremony. I want to take these ideas and ask your opinions on one of Maester Aemon's dreams. Once he woke up weeping, again, we mentioned this earlier, but you're making a slightly different point here. Once he woke up weeping, the dragon must have 3 heads, he wailed, but I'm too old and frail to be one of them. I should be with her, showing her the way, but my body has betrayed me. Is he talking about the dragon bond here? Did he finally realize what the bond was about? If so, do you think realized it this late in life or earlier when he was in conversation with Rhaegar? Did he therefore wish to take up the role of the priest in this ceremony with Dany and her dragons before realizing that his body can't handle it anymore? So he was aware of Dany's existence before this, and he chose not to join up with them. He chose to. We have this very kind of eloquent conversation he has with Jon, talking about how he was like he was tempted during Robert's Rebellion to go in there and help his family, but he didn't, and that clearly followed on afterwards. He's got relatives over there in Viserys and Dany, and he's not gone over there to help them. What has changed is she's got dragons, and he's now become convinced that they are reaching this point of the prince that was promised prophecy. And the context here is that he's now decided that she is the prince that was promised. You'll recall that other kind of utterance that he came out with, saying about how we were all deceived. We thought that it was the prince that was promised, but it could easily be princess that was promised. So that's the context for what he's saying here. He's only recently sort of come to this conclusion that Dany has these dragons and she's the prince that was promised. And so when he's saying, I should be there showing her the way, I don't personally think this is literally the way to bond with the dragon. It might involve that, but I think it's I know so much stuff. I should be there teaching her what I can. The way the show had it was something like it's a terrible thing for a Targaryen to be alone in this world. And that's the feel we've got going on here, that Maester Aemon thinks I should be there to support her. She's on her own over there. Nobody's teaching her about all of this Targaryen history, her role, the prince that was promised. She doesn't know any of that. I should be there. And in that context, how exactly you do the dragon bonding is only a part. So, yeah, maybe he has figured out some link here with how do you do the dragon bonding that perhaps others haven't, because there are books up at the wall that, as Sam says, that aren't anywhere else. So maybe he's discovered some things up there, but just didn't think that he needed to tell anyone because dragons weren't about. And now it turns out they are, and now he does. So perhaps that is a part of it, but I think the way he says it and the context to what he's saying is much more, I should be there to guide her, not specifically just about dragon bonding. Let's go to Nick Gull saying, hello Robert, my new working theory is that the prince that was promised, the last hero, and Azor Ahai are all 3 different people, Jon, Dany and Aegon, and that is the 3 heads of the dragon. Yes, I mean, I like the thinking on this. And this kind of theory has, I mean, a lot of people have slightly different slants on this, but this idea that these names, the last hero, Prince that was promised, Azor Ahai, reborn, are referring to different people. That that has got quite a lot of traction from a lot of people. Personally, I think we should recognize that some of these things are backward focused and some of them forward focused. The last hero, we don't have anything that we know of yet where it's like we're looking for the last hero reborn. We need the last hero come back. This is a Westerosi legend of what happened in that first long night. It's not a prophecy about what might happen in the future. The prince that was promised seems to be just a forward-looking thing. So we've got one just backward-looking thing, one just forward-looking thing, and then Azor Ahai seems to be a bit of both, in that it's backward-looking Azor Ahai, and then we have Azor Ahai reborn, who's going to be, and that's forward-looking, so there's somebody we're looking out for. So they're not all looking for the same thing. And personally, my take, whenever it was we were looking at Azor Ahai, I kind of set out is that I think if you sort of go with as plain a text of reading as you possibly can about the stories about what happened with Azor Ahai, last hero, etc., back in the first long night, you can stitch them all together into something that feels like a reasonable narrative. And for that, it's not like this is a role, that's another role, that's a third role. That might have been different people doing it, but we shouldn't necessarily be saying we're now looking for those roles in this story, which is a bit garbled, but hopefully you understand what I mean by that. The other thing I would say is that as much as we're saying, okay, so we've got these three different things. We've got the last hero, we've got Azor Ahai reborn, we've got Prince that was promised. Those are just three of these the names of the legendary heroes. You've also got, you can find them in the World of Ice and Fire. There's a whole list of them all there. Harkoon the hero, Eldrick Shadow Chaser, and a few others. So it for me, again, it feels a little arbitrary to just pick three and say, oh, those three are the three heads of the dragon, these ones aren't. But that said, maybe we will be able to look back at it like that. I think, whatever happens to win this next long night is not going to be one person doing it all. There's going to be a number of different people, and it may well be that we can look back and say that person fulfilled that kind of role, this person fulfilled that kind of role, and we will be able to map these things onto it. But I don't think we should be proactively trying to map that on now. It's just something that we might be able to do afterwards. Jonathan D, first-time patron, long-time listener. Well, welcome. I hope you're well. I am. I hope you are too. I don't believe in prophecy or destiny, and not even in the Song of Ice and Fire, and I don't think George R. R. Martin does either. However, it is clear that magic is real. Do you think that the dragon has three heads, and the Song of Ice and Fire prophecy was sent as a warning to Daenerys from somebody with the power to send memories to others, perhaps Bloodraven or Bran, to stop a possible second destructive Dance of the Dragons? And then you've come out with a quote from George R. R. Martin to back this up, when somebody asked him once, will we find out more about the Dance of the Dragons in future books? And he said, the first dance or the second? The second will be the subject of a book. The first will be mentioned from time to time, I'm sure. Do you think it's a call for unity in saying that the dragon has three heads and they can't survive if they don't band together? I think Jon is going to bond with one of Dany's dragons, Fagon with the other, and Dany with the third, with Fagon and Daenerys both bringing unnecessary fire and distraction to Westeros, and Jon, sort of like in the TV show, but hopefully with much better writing, trying to call for unity in fulfilling the Song of Ice and Fire. Okay, so let's unpack this. Is it Well, first of all, let's do that quote. So George R. R. Martin was asked about the Dance of the Dragons, and he says, "Do you mean the first or the second? The second will be the subject of the book. The first will be mentioned from time to time." So the Dance of the Dragons that we know about, that we're now seeing in House of the Dragon, this was before Fire and Blood was something that he was thinking about. So he's just thinking this is just a bit of history that I might drop in here and there. But right from the very beginning, the idea of A Dance with Dragons as a book title was there, and he is in his mind, and I think this is the interesting thing, in his mind he views that as being the second Dance of the Dragons, which makes me wonder whether, given the first Dance of the Dragons, the distinguishing characteristic of it was this was dragons against other dragons, Targaryens against Targaryens, not just some Targaryens coming in with dragons and getting rid of other people. That was Aegon's invasion. This implies, I think, if we've got another Dance of the Dragons, we're looking at dragons fighting each other, which sort of undermines this idea that you've set out there, that we've got this very clear and relatively cozy setup of Dany's already got one dragon, Jon's going to get another dragon, and then we've got Fagon, young Griff, claiming the third. That does not, unless they are fighting each other, that does not make for another Dance of the Dragons. Which makes me wonder, as I have wondered before, whether we will, now we've got this introduction of Dragonbinder, and it's not going to do nothing. Let's put it that way. This is Chekhov's massive horn of controlling dragons. It will be used and it will achieve something. And that something almost certainly will be something to do with Dany's dragons. So might one of them be taken and go to Euron? And if so, that would allow us to have this fight between the dragons. But then you could also argue that if we have that, what I characterized as a cozy Dany and Aegon and Jon, what if Dany then uncovers the lie that he's not actually a Targaryen, he's not who he says he is? Might they then come to blows, and might we have a Dance of the Dragons because we have dragons fighting each other, Targaryens / Blackfires fighting each other on dragons? That's possible. In any way that you look at that, my take is that we're not going to have three dragons on the same side all the way through this story. At some point, we're going to have dragons fighting each other. So the first bit of your question, though, you were asking, you were saying if the prophecy sent as a warning to Dany to try and get unity. I think this is entirely possible that this is one of the key things with all of these prophecy, the prince that was promised prophecy, this Song of Ice and Fire, the dragon must have three heads. Yes, they all seem to be based on some kind of idea of the Targaryens have to not be fighting each other. So if they're not fighting each other, then they can focus their attention on dealing with the others. Is this deliberately done as a warning by someone like Bloodraven, or is this just prophecies themselves? My instinct is this is just the prophecies themselves, because wherever they come from initially, whether you believe that they are true prophecies or whatever, it is very clear that the Targaryens do fight each other a lot, and you do need them to have some degree of unity in this. if they're fighting each other, they cannot actually do what they should be doing. And yes, you're absolutely right that the Song of Ice and Fire, as we've been told it by House of the Dragon, is very focused in on that unity. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. April May saying during the dance, the Targaryens are 3 families: Targaryen, Velaryon, and Hightower. Yep. And Carl Karsnark saying Dragonbinder makes it sound like it's against their will, while bonding is consensual, so to speak. Yes, I think that's an entirely valid point. That the idea is that this is if it happens the way that I'm currently conceptualizing it, then this would be like dragging a dragon against its will to control it, to make it be controlled by someone like Euron. That's the idea, rather than a growing bond between a rider and the dragon. Mark Shees is saying there is a fine line between Chekhov's gun and a red herring, especially in George R. Martin's world, where things can easily go sideways at any time. Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Kay saying, I wonder what the Horns actually did in Valyria. Did certain families struggle with bonding more than others, hence their use? Well, we don't know, obviously, what happened. We do have a passing reference by Dany when she's there with Drogon off in the Dothraki Sea, and she's like, oh, I'm sure I heard somewhere that the ancient Valyrians, they used to have horns that could help control their dragons. And that's it. I think the implication is that you shouldn't need to use a horn to control a dragon like that, because the bond should happen relatively easily. Certainly, when you look through the Targaryen history, forget about the dragon seeds and things like that for the moment. If you're looking through Targaryen history in Westeros, it seems relatively straightforward that a dragon, you get a dragon egg as a child perhaps, and it hatches and it grows and you get this bond with a dragon, or maybe you go and claim one, like Aemon went and claimed Rhaegar, and you've got to be brave and you've got to hang on, but you can do this. It seems relatively straightforward, and we never actually see a Targaryen killed in attempting to claim a dragon like that. It looks a lot worse than it actually is. So I went off on a digression. I've forgotten entirely what the original point. What did the horns actually do? Yeah. So I think the idea here has to be perhaps for those recalcitrant dragons to control them. I'm imagining how useful it would be with a dragon like Cannibal or something like that, or Sheep Stealer, that seems quite wild, that you do not have a bond with. How do you control those other dragons? Through the use of dragon horns. That's certainly how I conceptualize it. Not so much as I'm trying to. I'm not very good at this. I mean, use the dragon horn. It's for the other dragons that aren't bonded. Weirwood saying, what if Aegon blows Dragonbinder, brought to Westeros after taken from Victarion? Well, bad things. We've seen it only once, somebody blowing the horn, and after they blew it, that person's lungs turned to dust. So and Victarion took this seriously enough that he got some thralls. He signed them up to be blowing the horn on his behalf, as it were, because he didn't want to blow it himself. If Aegon blew the horn, I see no reason why his lungs wouldn't turn to dust either. The only thing which is kind of like a little asterisk there is, well, maybe if you have Valyrian heritage, then your lungs don't turn to dust. Maybe Valyrians could use it themselves. It's just that other people can't. Is this a way that Dany will find out whether he's truly a Targaryen or not? She's going to give him the dragon binder and tell him to blow it, knowing somehow that if he's a true Targaryen, then his lungs won't turn to dust, and he believes he is, and tragedy ensues. That's entirely possible. Cannibal the Dragon in the chat saying, "No horn can control me. I'm wild." Well, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Right, let's go to Gabriel Farrell. We're moving slightly beyond the Dragon has three heads now. Do drop more questions in the chat. I've just got a few wider questions from my patrons here. Gabriel Farrell saying, "Hi Robert, I appreciate this is a topic you covered a few weeks back, but I was just rereading A Game of Thrones and one part struck me. When Bran is informed of Benjen's disappearance and death, he blurts out something along the lines of, 'The children of the forest will save him.' Could what is taken to be the naive hopes of a child who has heard too many stories be a clue as to Benjen's fate and how he might have survived?" Yes, quite possibly. And you're right that it's generally interpreted as just being, this is Bran loved stories about children of the forest and things like that, and he as a child said, well, they'll save him. Pardon me. But because this is Bran, we do have to consider the possibility that this was some kind of foresight. Now, is it possible? We covered Benjen a few weeks ago. Feel free to go back to that live stream, or over on the main channel. I did a video on where is Benjen, or what happened to Benjen, or something along those lines. Do go and check that out if you want the fuller answer. But basically, he's been gone for long enough now. I forget exactly. This is like a couple of years in world, long enough that there's really, he could have come back unless one of three things happened. Either he's dead, which we have to accept as a possibility, or he's taken it upon himself to explore somewhere far north that takes a very long time for him to get to and a very long time for him to come back from. Again, that's a possibility. The third is that he is still alive, that others don't seem to take prisoners, so probably not there, but he's alive, but in such a way that he cannot return to the wall. He is a bit like Cold Hands is. So that's the third broad option that I can see. I think that's reasonably likely. Pardon me. So the idea that Bran saying the children of the forest will save him, that's what happened to Cold Hands, as far as we can tell. The children of the forest saved Cold Hands, which means that they're open to doing that with other people. They might well save Benjen. If they did, then he probably couldn't. He would know that he would appear dead to anyone, and he wouldn't wish to go to the wall because they would probably try and kill him straight away. And also, he wouldn't be able to pass through the wall anyway. So, him returning was no longer an option. So he just better start doing other things. Andrew K saying, considering that Valyrians practiced incest, it seems that the dragons were likely tied to specific families, so perhaps horns were used for trying to bond outside familial line dragons. Yeah, it's a good working theory. We know so little. We say the Targaryens don't know much about what happened in ancient Valyria. We don't know a lot, but that, as a theory, that sounds like an entirely sensible one. Let's go to Dick Crabs Squire saying, "Hello, Robert. Hope all is well." It is, thank you. If Hallis Mollen is the hooded man, which is something that I suggested in a video I did relatively recently. This is the hooded man in Winterfell that Theon rather mysteriously meets. He could have sneaked in with Wyman Manderley's retinue under his guidance. He could have either left for White Harbour after leaving Ned's bones with House Reed, because they know the fierce loyalty of House Manderley, or he could have sought out White Harbour directly. Yes, I think to all of those things. In terms of is he the hooded man and that came in with the Manderleys in some way? I think probably no, for the simple reason that the hooded man is surprised to see Theon. He thinks Theon's dead, and he doesn't know what happened to Theon. Now, if this means that he's not been in Winterfell for very long. Partly because Theon spends a lot of his time just wandering around Winterfell, so he probably would have seen him. Also because at that wedding between Ramsay and Jane Poole, fake Arya, Theon had a very central role. So if you'd been there for a little while, you would have known that Theon was there. So he's a relatively recent arrival, probably in the last few days, which seems to imply that he didn't come in with the Manderleys. If it is Hallis Mollen, I don't think he would need to go to the Manderleys. He knows where he's going. He doesn't need a way to sort of sneak in. This is his home. He can probably figure out a way to get in. Last question from one of my patrons. So now's the time to drop any more questions in the chat. I'll try and pick up as much as I can. Madeline Tyrell Dane. Having said that, I did say there was a Morally question. I can't remember that. Did I do that? Oh no, here we go. Yes, I missed this one completely, Mara. I do apologise. I'll do this one now. Good morning, Robert and Dan. When I think of that saying, this is the dragon has 3 heads. I first thought of Aegon the Conqueror and his 2 sister wives. As we've discussed, that is an entirely sensible thing to start thinking with. I'm curious if this has to do with Dany and Jon Snow. If Aegon is really Rhaegar's son, could he also be one of the heads? I'm curious if the 3 heads mean something other than people. We sort of covered, I think, the idea that this might be Dany, Jon, and Aegon. Is it not people? Well, if you go down the House of the Dragon, Daemon's song theorizing route, then you have to say that's probably 2 humans and 1 dragon of the 3 heads of the dragon. But I've not really seen any ideas. I mean, feel free to drop in the chat if you have some here. But any ideas that this is other than the dragon itself, non-humans in some way? Almost everybody seems to think this is a reflection of that original Targaryen trio, but we're looking for a new Targaryen trio. Right, so let's go to that question from Madeline Tyrell Dane, saying, "Hi, Robert. This is a more general question, but what are you most looking forward to seeing in Blood and Fire? Are there any particular mysteries you are hoping it might solve, or parts of lore that you hope it will reveal? What about House of the Dragon Season 3? Yeah, I'm very happy to talk about this. So, Blood and Fire, which is Fire and Blood Part 2, will cover we don't know how far it's going to go, probably up to the beginning of Robert's Rebellion or something like that. But there's a lot of events there that it would be really interesting. But I suspect that George R. R. Martin is deliberately not going to show us, like the tragedy at Summerhall. As a period of time, the one I've said many times I'm really fascinated is this time when the Targaryens are at their most magical. Bloodraven, Shira Seastar, all of the people around there, Aegor Rivers. It'd be absolutely fascinating to know what's going on, the interconnections between all of these different people during that time period. So I think that would be the thing that I'm most immediately looking forward to. I would be intrigued about the end of the dragons, which was one of the main loose threads at the end of Fire and Blood. We had the Dance of the Dragons clearly got rid of a lot of dragons, but we have one live flying dragon, Morning, and we have 3 other dragons out there that are not quite so tame, let's put it that way. So the dragons aren't, there's no hint at this moment in time that the dragons are about to die out. So how that happens, how those last dragons die, because those last dragons have to die at some point in the next couple of decades. How does that happen? How does Morning die? It's how do the Targaryens react individually when more and more of these hatchings go wrong? That I will find absolutely fascinating. But probably I predict that the bits, for all the things I'm really looking forward to, the bits that I will probably enjoy the most are the things that I am not expecting, which sounds like a cop-out, but this is what happened in Fire and Blood, is that when Fire and Blood was coming out, everyone was like, oh, let's see whether we can learn a little bit more about what happened in the Dance of the Dragons, what happened in Aegon's conquest. But the things which probably inspired the most delight, enjoyment, fascination amongst the fandom, I would say, the things that people were not expecting. The Alyssa Farman story, the what happened with the grisly stuff that happened with Aeria Targaryen. Those things we weren't expecting. We didn't know that those things were about to happen, and as a result, they added so much extra to what we know. And when there's stuff that we've already got a reasonable idea about with the Dance of the Dragons, then yes, it was great having extra layers added on into that, but it's the stuff we didn't know. And I loved reading about the Regency, for example. I thought that was great. As for House of the Dragon Season 3, I'm looking forward to more Harrenhal and Prophecies and Helena. I hope it doesn't take the same shape as the Daemon's Vision Quest, but the setup of Harrenhal I thought was so fabulous, and the way the Weirwood tree interacted there, the sort of the sight of what looked like it was probably a green man by that Weirwood tree, Alice Rivers, all of that really intrigued me, and I would be looking for more of that from season 3. I don't really know where they're going to get up to. I've not started thinking about this yet. I probably will do when we get a bit closer, but how far in this season goes. I mean, if it gets as far as something like the Dragon Pit or the Daemon Aemon battle, then yes, those things I'd actually be fascinated by. Also, one thing which probably we'll get to, and I cannot wait if we do, is Adam Velaryon visiting the Isle of Faces. Why? What does he discover there? Will they show us anything? That I think I would find absolutely fascinating. Okay, so that's the questions from my patrons. I've got a couple of questions over here in the chat. Curse Ballerina saying, I'm convinced Rhaegar saw Dany at the same time he looked at her during her House of the Undying visions. He was so confident he would have a 3rd child and win the war because he thought he saw his future daughter. Which created a Shade of the Evening time loop like Bran with the Weirwoods and Hodor? Could this mean that dragon dreams are connected to the shade of the evening trees the way green dreams are connected to Weirwoods? Okay, love this. Thank you. So first of all, I 100% agree with your starting point there. If you um, if you remember back to that scene, you get Dany. She's basically on this corridor. She's got these doors. She can look through them, but she has to keep on going. And one of them, she looks through. She sees Rhaegar there and Elia, and then he's doing this little speech thing, saying, "Oh yeah, he's got a song. He's the prince that was promised, etc., etc." And then he kind of looks at Dany and says, "There must be one more. The dragon must have 3 heads." And you speculate there that he saw her and thought he thought he saw a vision of his future daughter. And that, as a theory, I've heard this before. It makes absolute sense to me. I love it in the way that she, first of all, thought it was Viserys, and it actually wasn't Viserys. He looks at her and thinks that she's actually somebody else. And obviously, he's got no idea who she actually is. So that absolutely, I agree with that. And then you saying this creates kind of like a time loop, like Bran with the Weirwoods and Hodor. Yes, sort of. I mean, it's not exactly the same loop, obviously, but yes, this is the same kind of idea we've got going on here. Does this mean that dragon dreams are connected to shade of the evening trees the ways that green dreams are connected to Weirwoods? I don't think necessarily that's the case, but it is an intriguing possibility. So obviously dragons are based moreover in Essos, and that's where Shade of the Evening Trees are. Green Dreams are based over in Westeros. That's where the Weirwoods are. So it kind of works, but we don't get the. I certainly don't get the impression that the House of the Undying is in any way dragon dreams. They seem to be, from what we've seen, they seem to be very different. She seems to be being given visions, guided. She's unlocked some sort of magical stuff, and she's now being guided in her visions by the Undying. So I don't think so. I don't think it kind of works like that. I think this is a sort of a one-off magical situation, if that kind of makes sense. Let's go to, I think I had another, oh, here we go, yeah, Annie Clark, off topic, sorry. Could Ashara be Jon's wet nurse? A newborn would never survive a week-long trip to Starfall without one, and this gives a reason for Ned to go there directly if she wanted to go. Yeah, I mean, quite possibly. So, yes, and this is something that we touched on, I think, briefly last week when we were looking at Ashara Dane, is there is a likelihood, I mean, it's not definite by any stretch of the imagination, but a likelihood, I think, that Ashara Dane was at the Tower of Joy. And we know at least one other person was, because Ned remembers that that's when they found him, they being Howland Reed and at least one other person. So there is at least one other person around at the Tower of Joy at the time. And Ashara Dane makes the most sense. Now, Lyanna dies, and they've got this newborn child. They do need somehow to be getting some milk into this child. How are they going to do that? Having Ashara Dane there, who very probably has had a child relatively recently or at about the same time, does make sense, therefore, that she could be Jon's wet nurse. So, yes, that makes perfect sense. And it also adds to this idea that one of the reasons he went there was that they said, okay, you need to travel somewhere quickly. We've got boats at Starfall. John needs to be with me, but we can get him another wet nurse when we're there. Why don't we go that direction? And other reasons can come along. And so that could completely map out on a very basic reason why Ned decided to go to Starfall. He knew that he could trust the people there because Ashara Dane was already there at the Tower of Joy. He needed to get a wet nurse from somewhere. And the wet nurse he had at the time was Ashara Dane. So, yes, that all adds up. I do really like that. Michelle Rimo saying, I need to see my boy Adam on the Isle of Faces. Yes, absolutely. I have a sinking feeling that we're not going to see him. I mean, a sinking feeling. Part of me would be okay with this. That we don't actually see what happens to him there. We see him land, and then we see him take off. And it remains enigmatic like it did in the books. Quick flick through the chat. Oh, yes, I should just say, if you are in YouTube, there were a lot of people asking last week about the XP that they seem to be doing now. I didn't know what that was last week. I've had a quick look at it. Yes, this is just exactly as people suspected. This is YouTube attempting to gamify engaging in live stream chats to encourage more engagement. So I understand entirely why they're doing that, and I hope you enjoy it. Obviously, more engagement is also good for this channel, so that's fine. I don't think I don't think there's a downside to it. But if you enjoy it, that is great. I'll flick through the chat. Perhaps that's me roughly caught up. Noah Mihik, probably mispronounced that. I apologise. Asking, saying lots of college work to do. I hope that's going really well. But am I ever planning on making a stream related to the Witcher series? Perhaps at some point. Yes, not in the immediate future. So these live streams, then it's A Song of Ice and Fire. Probably about once a month. I'm doing Lord of the Rings ones. No current plans. I will get back to doing a few normal videos on The Witcher at some point in the next month or two. Okay, right. I think with that, what I will say is there's coming up on the main channel. I can't remember where we're at now, but we've nearly finished the a series looking at Aegon and Young Griffin, all of that, and we've got, I promised, I can't remember exactly when it's coming up, the Friends in the North one, which is something I'm asked almost every time we're talking about Young Griffin, things like that. This throwaway comment that we get from the Golden Company, oh, we still have some friends in the North. Friends in the North, friends in the Reach. Who are they? I've gone through the candidates, and I think I've got a reasonable idea now about who this is likely to be. So that video is coming up quite soon. In Deep Sleep, I shall plug once more. If you enjoy these live streams, if you use these live streams to help you get to sleep, which I know a lot of people do, I've decided to lean into that. The audio from these live streams I'm putting to a soothing background of I think I'll do another one with the rainfall. That seemed to work quite well last time, but I'll do some waves lapping on a beach next time. I've done a log fire. The idea is that we just have the audio, and then at the end that kind of fades out and you get the relaxing sounds carrying on, and there won't be any adverts in that video. I might drop some right at the very beginning before it starts, but not during the video, so it doesn't really wake you up. but then hopefully you can just sort of fall asleep. I'll let it run for several hours. So that's the idea there. If you like that, there is a link somewhere to In Deep Sleep. In fact, I'll probably put one right here after this. Next week, I might do a pre-recorded one, in which case, patrons, I will give you a few days to come up with your questions so that I can pre-record some answers to those. But that'll be another Song of Ice and Fire one. We'll do another Lord of the Rings one in a couple of weeks' time, I think. All right, I think that is probably that for now. If you like these live streams, there's a link to my playlist around here somewhere. If you want to support the channel, appearing somewhere around here, the best way to do that is through Patreon, and that's the link to that. And I think that is it. Take care, everyone. It's been a fantastic chat today. I've really enjoyed it, and I will see you again same time next week. Bye.